Damn, this beanie is dirty, dude. All right, I need to get some new beanies. We need some Mr. Sir beanies. I need to do that. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull the trigger. The problem is that I need to actually like register a business here in Washington so I can get a wholesaler code so I can buy beanies from, like US based wholesalers. Even if they're imported, right? Just don't want to pay any taxes before I like have to then sell them with tax on top anyway, right? So yeah, you need like a reseller license to do that stuff. But okay, so yes, we're launched on YouTube. For everyone on the YouTube that might be watching the VOD later, etc., let's recap what we got for our today stuff. We did some good work on the content collections for frequently asked questions as well as the blog post. Right? Like, I think the page looks close enough for now, but I need to, like, fill out a bunch more content. Like, a bunch of, like, frequently asked questions that I can then surface on other places. I'm not going to bore you all with that content today. Like, we did a lot of that yesterday, and I don't know. We'll do it one of these days. Right? Maybe we can, like, switch to it on a Friday or Saturday where I got the whiskey in me or something. But in the meantime, we're going to pivot because we need to do contact forms. And I don't want to pay for some service like Form Spree or any of that BS. So we're going to try and use Cloudflare's static form submission stuff, jam that content into like a KV store or something, right? Like Cloudflare KV. And we'll have Turnstile get kicked in for it. So we're going to end up utilizing a whole bunch of Cloudflare features. Yeah, maybe. Like, I hope you guys know this. Prime is my longest sub. And I believe I'm one of his longest subs, too. He's been subbed to me, like, one more month than I've been subbed to him. And I'm probably at, like, 75, 76 months subscribed. Prime is my longest subscriber. Yeah. Like, he's a good dude. It's a good community. He's very supportive. It's really cool. But yeah, what's up, Golden Joe? How you doing? Yeah. VS Code Beanie. Yeah. And yeah, how's it going, Jonas? You read that Cloudflare's KV store was one of its very early original features. Yeah, and the funny part is, like, they have a bunch of stuff at Cloudflare that is, like, KV styled, but they're not, like, dog fooding it themselves just because you don't want to have that, like, snake eating its own tail process too much. So when they had a big outage on their KV stuff, right, their product was fine, but the failure that Cloudflare had was because their internal KV isn't using their product KV. They're using some third-party GCP stuff. Just because, you don't want to have that, like, snake eating its own tail thing. So I remember thinking that was interesting. It was basically when Cloudflare had a huge outage recently, right? Maybe within the past 6 months or whatever. It was caused by a Google Cloud Platform, like, issue. But because it's Cloudflare, it broke the internet, So yeah, that's just a funny thing, but it makes a lot of sense, right? Your own internal stuff that you're using. Would you want to be on your own hook for an SLA for it? Or would you rather just put that on Google's plate and then they're on the hook for the uptime of that? So it makes sense. There's a difference between a product you offer and a thing that your entire business runs on top of. Is third party a good thing? It depends, for sure. Yeah, and enterprise pricing is for SLA support. Yep. Exactly. Like third party, in this case, Jonas, is actually a smart thing because it means that they can run via an enterprise contract with Google. And if something messes up at Google, Cloudflare can claw back a bunch of money just because of how service level agreements work. Meanwhile, it's really hard to enforce a service level agreement on your own company, right? Like, companies do have that between teams. They do have service level agreements. But how are you going to claw back that value, you know? And that's where it gets tougher. Always have someone else to blame. Yeah, but also always have a way to remediate when that problem goes, like when it happens, right? So yeah, let's switch to the right scene. Oh, did I hit the right button? What does it do? Let me just double check it. Yeah, that's the right scene. All right, so yeah, we built out some of this, you know, billing BS and all that. We've only got one frequently asked question so far. But the part we want to work on next is getting maybe this like contact us button working. We want to get an enterprise kind of like reach out to sales kind of form going. So we're going to end up wiring up to Cloudflare for their form stuff. And if we start to go look for it, yeah, we see that we've got some KV stuff here. We've got two separate KV stores, one for support tickets, one for sales tickets, and I think that'll do just fine. So Golden Joe, it really depends. In this case, I will probably end up doing honeypot stuff. I was thinking about just using Cloudflare Turnstile, though, which should prevent bots pretty easily, but maybe not. Right, we'll see how it goes. Worst case scenario, I delete the KV store because it's filling up too quick. When I do like some of the GitKraken microsites that I've built, for those, I make sure the form is client only, so JavaScript has to load. Just, you know, it cuts down on a bunch of the bots. And I do the double honeypots. There's the honeypot and reverse honeypot. If you implement both a honeypot and a reverse honeypot, you check off a lot of the boxes. And if you're unfamiliar with honeypot versus a reverse honeypot, the honeypot field is an empty field that is hidden that, you know, you're hiding via CSS rather than like calling it a hidden field, right, via HTML. And then at that point, you know, if a bot fills it out, you know that it's probably a spam bot because you weren't actually showing that to users. You also want to do the same thing where you have a hidden field that has a specific value in it. And if it's hidden, like you hide it in the exact same fashion as the other honeypot field, but you make sure that that value is populated when it gets to the server. Because a smart bot would theoretically not fill in a hidden field, but they would also detect a hidden field and maybe empty it out. So by doing those two things, you're pretty good. There's a little more you could do to like strengthen that a bit, but that's where you end up being just fine. Not sure if it worked or not. Oh, is a package called Honeypot? Yeah, I don't know if they're doing it all that way, but I've secured a lot of forms with the Honeypot and reverse Honeypot, and it really does do the job quite well. For the GitKraken stuff, it's going to HubSpot, so that's kind of on them to like do a little bit better. So we don't have to be nearly as like worried about the rate limiting for that. But yeah, for a lot of the stuff I've done in the past, the honeypot reverse honeypot does enough. You know, there are cases where a CAPTCHA is too much of a like a bottleneck. It'll drop off too many people just for various reasons. And for something like an enterprise sales form, you'd probably rather have a couple false negatives rather than false positives as far as like detecting spam. Right? So you have to weigh the cost of how much extra effort does it add to the user submitting this form, and what is the cost for allowing a couple spam bots in versus possibly throwing away good leads, you know? Yeah, exactly. Like HCAPTCHA, reCAPTCHA, any of the ones that have you like identify these characters against some like weird pattern. Like, dude, you're basically like, you don't want to throw any leads away just because you annoyed a user. So it's worth getting a little bit of spam instead. Yeah, exactly. Like, is there a bicycle in this? Is there a crosswalk in this? Ooh, sorry, that wasn't a crosswalk. That was just a stop sign line. Statamic, Laravel-based, like, static site generator or whatever, or CMS. Makes sense. The proof of work scripts that run in the background for a couple seconds work really well. Sure, I could see that being fine. Some stupid captcha prevented you from reporting a bug. Yeah. Like, and at that point, I'd rather allow a little bit of spam than miss that. I'm going to opt for Turnstile from Cloudflare. I'm going to do the invisible version, so it's at least not like a burden on the user, but there is a possibility that we might filter out a legitimate user because they're on a VPN or something. Right? Like if they're on a VPN that people have in the past used for spamming, then yeah, Turnstile might actually turn them down. You've never heard of Turnstile? Yeah, I just found out about it recently. Yeah, capture replacement. And it's got like 3 modes that it operates in. You're gonna work and lurk? Yeah, no worries. I think I make great background noise while you're working. It's like a podcast, you know. I just wish I had like a deeper voice, you know. Like I could totally do the Thor thing. That'd be a lot better, right? No, I just now hit second puberty. Totally. By the way, yeah, exactly. First ever second generation employee. Just a checkbox? No. Oh, 1 second there. Johan. Oh, it thought the b.tech was a link. I can still read it, so you don't have to repost it, but we'll make it to where you can do links here in the future. 1 second. Oh, and hold on. To pronounce your name, is it Johan or is it Jan? I think that varies from like country to country. But in the snowboard world, there are definitely some like pro snowboarders that it's spelled like Johan, but it's pronounced Jan. Like Jan Olafsson was like a pro snowboarder back in the late 90s. So yeah, how do I pronounce your name? Just let me know. It is Johan. Cool. Just making sure. And then Aline, remind you of my first name. Thor, like in Thor the God. People need to know your first name is Thor. My name is not Thor, Aline. My name is Chris. We were making a joke about Thor from Pirate Software. So, yeah, that's Aline over on YouTube. And I just want to double check. Aline, is that the right pronunciation there? Or is it Alan? I'm going to guess it's Aline. We've had a couple here in chat. But I just want to make sure I say people's names right. It's your name, you know? And yeah, Thor's first name is not actually Thor. I think it's, what is it, Jason or something like that? Pretty vanilla. But that's rich coming from a Chris, so it's not a big deal. Oh, I got it, Aline. Okay, yeah, no, that makes sense. It is Aline. And wait, are you the same Aline from Twitch? Like you're just over on YouTube today? Ah, okay. Yeah, good to see you, Aline. I know, right? The bread? Yeah, exactly. So WebDev 2. The reverse honeypot, it's not necessarily like the regular honeypot field is far more important. But the reverse honeypot field just adds an extra layer, just in case someone tries to like write a bot the smart way. So here's basically how it works. Your honeypot field is a hidden field that is empty. And if a bot fills that field in, you know they're a bot because they were just looking at the HTML, not the styling that made it hidden. The reverse honeypot field is also a hidden field, but you have a hard-coded value inside of it. Like, you might even think of making it like a drop-down field or something. If that value changes, then you know that someone's trying to be clever with the bot too. And yeah, maybe a drop-down doesn't work because you want it to be text that they're emptying out. So yeah, no, drop-down doesn't work. You do want it to be a text field. But it has a hard-coded value that you're expecting to be there on the back end. And if that value changes, because it's a hidden field, you know it's not a real user submitting it. I'll usually use it for... It depends on what you have in your form already. In some cases, like I like to make business be the honeypot field and then business size the reverse honeypot field. There's like, like industry or something might be a good one. Ooh, that's a good point. Yeah, do something that a password manager wouldn't autofill. Yeah, that's where it gets trickier. I think you can add... Yeah, that's a good call. That's a very good call. I think you can add stuff to prevent autofill, though. Yeah, I think you should be able to do autocomplete off. Looks like that might be on the form, though. So that's, like, not a great experience. But I think you can do it per field, too. Yeah. No, that was a very smart call there, Robert. Make the form using Canvas. Now what you gonna do, bot? Ooh, there you go. Yeah, but it's just a hint to password to browsers, so they may not comply. So yeah, that's tricky. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a very good point about the honeypot versus reverse honeypot. So yeah, you almost want to make sure you do it for something where like it wouldn't typically be saved. Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, good catch. And then yeah, what's up, Johan? You're new to Twitch, hence not very comfortable with it, so came over as soon as you found out I'm on YouTube as well. Yeah, either way you want, Johan or Biker, whichever you prefer. The big difference between here on Twitch versus over on YouTube is we have the music here on Twitch. So YouTube's especially nice if you want your own music, but you still like the dialogue in the chat, actually talking. So yeah, I like having those as options for people. Like Aline switched over from YouTube because they think the music adds a nice touch. But yeah, totally up to you. So yeah, what we want to do is we want to start getting the static form stuff going. We need to set up some back-end endpoint stuff, like API functions for the marketing site. Let me double check that we've committed everything on the front end. We did not. We did not. Yeah, it's fine. So over on YouTube, do you prefer Johan or Biker? Let me do this just to be sure. Should have done that to staging. Oh, and our back end should be running. Oh, interesting. What do I think about Omarchi or Omarki or however he pronounces it? I don't know. Sounds fine. I'm not in the camp of caring about that stuff that much. I just want my operating system to work. Like, there's still a lot of really nice applications that are Mac only, you know? Whatever name makes you look smarter on stream. I'll say Johan, if I can keep remembering. So what I find strange is that this broke, but I don't know why. Because it works in dev mode. So Jonas, you tried it out? Yeah, I mean, makes sense. I can definitely understand the argument that like Mac OS is getting slower and slower. So starting fresh with some Linux makes sense to people. All right, so this is where this fails again. Get static paths for that parameter missing. Yeah, repurposing old equipment, like, you know, if it prevents a bunch of stuff from going to the landfill because you can still reuse it, sure. Like, I might even be tempted to do that with my old Mac Mini, because why not? I think that's what I needed. So then that should build. Yeah. It's weird that it actually worked without that, though. Oh, yeah, exactly. That sounds about right. In the DH8 space? In the Linux space, maybe, right? Okay, I was gonna say, like, yeah, I mean, I could see how DHH would be a thought leader in the DH8 space. I don't even think he would need to put a lot of effort into that part. But yeah, in Linux, okay. Um, your brain could be wired for keyboard only. You would try it. I mean, Omarchi is a desktop. It's not Linux only. Like desktop Linux totally works. Right? It's just, yeah, it's just desktop Linux. He's got a mouse, you know. So yeah, Aline, like, I don't know, it's worth checking out. Desktop Linux, it's the future, right? I don't know about that one, but what's the joke? For the past 25 years, it's been the finally the year of the Linux desktop. And what's up, Ben? How you doing? All right. So yes, we fixed that bug. We got those pushed up. And yeah, exactly, Rumple. Nuclear fusion right around the corner. Isn't there actually like a no? So the bread you're talking about cold fusion, right? Yeah, cold fusion. Nuclear fusions existed. Typically, we're using fission when we do it, but I think they're about to deploy a fusion reactor somewhere here in the U.S. Yeah, like France is running fusion right now. Um, yeah, is this the one I was hearing about? This does seem a little older. Yeah, Virginia. Yeah, that sounds about right. To power all that AWS BS. Oh, thanks, Johan. No, that helps even more. Appreciate that. Yep. Except for the fact that where's all that water gonna go? Yeah, we need to start like legislating like water recapture for data centers. And what's up, Anani? How you doing? Learn English. Thank you for the follow. What's up? How you doing? All right. So yeah, we're on the staging branch. We can leave it on the staging branch. You're doing all right. Just got some milkshakes. Nice. Does that milkshake bring all the boys to the yard? This art style is called neo-brutalism. Moose tracks? So the answer is yes. Exactly. All right, so Cloudflare Turnstile. There you go, Robert Tables. And yeah, Robert Tables, did you go set your draft order? Did you go pick like what day this week or next week Like this weekend or next weekend works for you for the draft? Are you still doing fantasy football with us this year? Okay, just double checking. Yeah, I think it's fun. I increased the size of our league to 16 just in case. I think we're at 12 right now. We might be on an even number right now, but yeah, I think we can get more people involved. We need all the people we can get to try and take down Danielle. He destroyed everybody last year. All right, so we don't care about the loader stuff. We've done all that. Tail and typography we got. He's only allowed to draft kickers. There we go. I like that. I'm not sure I like it as much because what if he still wins? Ooh, yeah, Aline. I actually saw something really cool recently. Let me see if I can find it again. Oh, I lost it. Maybe it was Osano? I don't know. I was in some Twitter space or something where one of the people. Hmm, it was like an open source hosted thing. It's got to be Osano. Nah, maybe not. No, this doesn't look like it. Yeah, that one's old. Yes, their SEO sucks. For real cookies, maybe, but yeah, okay. No, there was. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it in my history. C15T. And I thought there was like another like business name behind it, but maybe this one's it. Nah, there's definitely like a another brand behind this. Maybe this is it. Consent.io. That was it. Yeah, here we go. So this is the company that makes C15T. So yeah, I'd say give those a shot. Yeah, Yeah, no worries. And I know nothing about them. Let me just point that out. But they were talking in some space on Twitter when Vercel was rolling out something. Like maybe it was like the new version of the AI SDK or something. I don't remember what Vercel was rolling out, but I ended up finding it. And then Johan, you were thinking about streaming coding yourself too, like printing Hello World and maybe also printing Hello World. Have you thought about maybe even trying like printing Hello World? But yeah, Johan, I think streaming's fun, man. Just building a good community is really cool. You're going to stream to basically no one for a while. But yeah, I definitely think it's worth checking out. Hello World as a service. I think we're onto something. Yeah, so Aline, this might actually be what you're looking for. I don't know, 5,000? Tenth of a penny for everything after that. After that, for 35 a month, you get 100,000. Or you could do the self-host with C15T. So yeah, they're working on a V2 rewrite. Doesn't affect consent.io, but yeah, if you want to self-host, might be worth waiting for V2, reaching out to them to see if you can get in on like the early access. That could be worth it. Ooh, Johan. Here's their quote. Finally, a scalable solution to greet humanity. That should definitely be part of your Y Combinator pitch. Yeah, exactly, Aline. Let's go. Let me look at CookieBot. Just one sec. I just want to see. So this is per domain, maybe. Okay. Right, and then depending on amount of pages, I got it. So for a content site, it could get crazy. Right, like if you got like a heavy blog or any of that, it could get crazy. That makes sense. Yeah, it's wild to me that this is actually a business. Like that's an actual thing. And yeah, if you want to customize it, it gets more. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess it makes sense. Oh, and hold on. So yeah. I saw this on Hacker News earlier. Video editing using Emacs. Like, mind blown. Yeah, no, it makes sense, Aline. I totally get it. All right, so yeah. Yeah, right now I'm not even targeting, like, EU customers with Messijo, but we will eventually. So yeah, I'm going to have to figure that out. Yep. Oh, hold on, real quick. Robert Tables, you have 2 teams in there now because your old team carried over. Yeah, you probably didn't need to do the share link. You probably just needed to go log into to Yahoo. I mean, I can get rid of whichever one you want. Doesn't matter to me. I think Atota's in there twice too. Atota's definitely in there twice. I know. Needed to do a group buy. Yeah. I'm going to say Yahoo's interface is just bad if it made it that easy to do. Oh, it's fine. And yeah, anyone else do fantasy football? We've got a league. Yeah, it's pretty good. We've got 10 people in it right now. I think the games get way more interesting when you got more people than that, but you know, because it means you got to like shuffle people out as people get injured and stuff a lot more. And there's a lot less to choose from, so it becomes more interesting. Yep. All right, so where the hell do I find Turnstile here in the docs? This was a Cloudflare integration. I do want to do this part. So Johan, you don't usually ask, but since you're a newbie in the coding world and it's your first year, 2 semesters. Yeah, sorry, Johan. I don't make recommendations for first language. They're going to recommend stuff at school for you anyway. We do recommend either Free Code Camp or the Odin Project. But I hate the conversation that always stems when you start recommending stuff. Like, you're always going to get someone who's like, well, I learned with C. Cool. Right? But anyone asking us this question isn't the kind of person that's gonna do well by learning C first, without someone to really like hold their hand through the installation process of the compilers and all that BS. All right, so yeah, these sites, now I got to paste them over to YouTube. Yeah, and even then, I don't like the conversation around it. Like, it just gets into the same old bullshit you'll hear in basically every stream where people defend their favorite language like it's their favorite toy. It becomes like my dad can beat up your dad type bullshit. Like, we're more mature than that. We don't like it. We don't need it. But yeah, Odin Project's good. I'd say check it out. Just because you learn web dev doesn't mean you have to stick with web dev. I think what Robert Tables is pointing out is you should get good at learning languages. So your first one doesn't matter as much, except for the fact that any language that requires you to do a whole bunch of like compiler BS is probably a mistake. Or setting up your Python environments, probably a mistake. The amount of effort to see your first result should be very minimal. And that's why I tend to recommend web stuff. Interesting. Okay. So it's really adapter, Cloudflare. Hey, what's up, bald bearded builder? I almost said bald builded bearder. So yeah, what's up, Rug Matt? Yeah, how's everyone doing? You're doing more Power Toys stuff. Sweet. Yep, more of the what's the name of it? The command prompty thing? I forgot the name already. Command palette. That's it. Thank you. And yeah, so hold on. And yeah, what part was Bald Bearded Builder working on for the command palette today? And yeah, for everyone joining, that is the project we're working on that Rugmat just did. We also have a today command. For this project, we did some of the static site generation stuff yesterday, but we didn't finish or even really start the static form submission for maybe a support ticket or an enterprise like sales style like form. So that's what we're looking into right now. That involves, number one, we're going to have to create API routes for functions that get called. And that means that we need the Cloudflare like BS of it. We need to figure out where our API stuff is going to be. But yeah, no worries, Johan. Yep, have a good one. So yeah, this is going to be my first time using Cloudflare's static forms functionality. First time using Cloudflare pages and their like API, like backend functionality. And it'll be my first time using Turnstile, which is their like spam prevention tool, like CAPTCHA, but we're going to be doing it the invisible way. So we need to get these forms working. Yeah, we're doing a bunch of Cloudflare with it. We're already doing our static site like hosting with it, so I'm okay with it. I think it makes sense. Could be worse. Yeah, exactly, Dan. Yeah, the domain stuff is really nice. I migrated a bunch of domains from Squarespace because they used to be Google over to Cloudflare, and it's working great. One question you wanted to ask: how do I deploy? Am I doing it manually or CI/CD? CI/CD. Yeah, so I'm wired up to GitHub Pages, and let's see. All right, compute workers pages. So yeah, I'm just like wiring it up to the Git repo, and then they're doing like it's like Vercel at this point. Basically, it feels exactly like a Vercel deployment. So I just push, and they just do the listener for the push. So I don't even need to like set up GitHub Actions or anything like that. Yeah, it's quite nice. Yeah, I feel like the big cons for Cloudflare are you don't want to have too many eggs in one basket because the moment they like tell you, "Hey, we don't think you qualify for the free tier anymore. Pay up for enterprise." That's when they get you, right? And that's when they start like really getting you money wise. So the more eggs you have in their basket, the harder it is to migrate to something that's on a similar like free or cheap tier. Yeah, the moment this Cloudflare sales team comes a calling, you got problems. You know? I don't think I'll have that problem for any of this stuff for quite a while. But it is one of the concerns that I have. And yeah, let's get more music going. Because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Yeah. So, just double checking through a lot of this stuff. So that's the configuration stuff. I don't care about sessions. I don't care about the platform proxy. This, yeah, you might be right. This might be the best song on the internet. Yeah, the So Do You is good. Oh, and I meant to do a yes on that. Oh. Yeah, we'll leave that. Ah, okay. Aha. Okay. So yeah, here we go. Server endpoints, API routes. Yeah. So basically, inside of pages, I would create an API folder. And then in API, I would end up creating two separate forms. So one's going to be support.ts. And then we're going to have another that is going to be sales.ts. Something like that. Yeah, I think that's going to work. So then if we were to really think about it, yep, API route comes from there. Okay, I did chug a bunch of water, so let me go use the restroom real quick. Now, yeah, we need to start building out what's going to be on, like, we're going to build out the back-end endpoints first, I think. And then we can start building the UI. Because I think back-end, it's simpler. It's just input, output, storing stuff to KV. Like, not a big deal. For the front end, that's going to involve a bunch of, like, design work. But yeah, this is my first time really doing server-side endpoints with Astro. First time doing them with Cloudflare as well. And I'm anxious to see how well this works. But let me go pee. I'll be right back. Take these dishes out of the room while I'm at it. And yeah, I did it. I went and got some more chips because I was at the store anyway today. But these look good. Yeah, so they're from Calbee, which is an Asian brand. Asian style spicy hot pot potato chips. Get a good handful. There we go. Hmm. Ooh. Yeah, hold on. Um, your agency hit AWS Premier Partner. What does that mean? Like, yeah, but like, what does a partner do? I guess. Are you like a solutions partner kind of thing where someone's like, "Oh man, we need all this stuff, but we need someone to help us build it out too." And like, if they called out to Amazon, would Amazon be like, "Well, we're going to recommend you someone because that's not something they do"? Hmm. Okay. Like, I'm sure AWS has solutions partners or solutions people at AWS, but it's reserved for like the tip top like $1 billion companies, you know? So then at a level of scale, they'll farm smaller customers out. Is that like the gist of it? Cool. Oh, okay. So does AWS even operate their own solutions team then? Not often. Okay. Got it. Your rep was an actual AWS employee and he gave you bad info. So, so Sergeant Pepper, that was like the support that you were getting, right? Like the level of support. So not necessarily like a solutions architect. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, this is all kind of new to me. I'm not familiar with any of that stuff. Oh, he was a solutions architect. Okay. Huh. Yeah, that's a bummer. Ah. Okay, so we added an integration, but then for these, we still want to do something like that to prevent any pre-rendering for it. Oop. Okay, so the endpoints page is the right source of truth for all this. Okay. So yeah, verifying captchas, all that BS. Yeah. All right. So then, what all do we need to do inside of these endpoints? Let's do the support one first. Yeah. Yeah. Just number one, trying to see like who's still active, etc. Because yeah, we've got ambassadors that have been there for 7 or 8 years now, but we haven't heard from them, haven't seen them, that kind of stuff. So it's just, I don't know, a little bit of housekeeping, but also just like what we expect of certain ambassadors versus others can change up, and some of that stuff too. Right? Some people, yeah, content creator. Other people, influencer or like community ambassador type stuff. Right? So the lower tiers we're gonna like really lean on for like helping us retweet stuff and some of those things. Helps us keep track, like, and now by going through all this stuff, it helps us realize who has and hasn't signed an NDA, because that's somewhat newer, right? So older ambassadors won't have an NDA signed. So there's just a bunch of like housekeeping there. It's fine, Frank. Like, it's whatever you want. Honestly, that video you made was great, dude. Nah, you do good stuff. But yeah, like, I'll go to bat for you 100%. Like, you show up regularly to the get-togethers, right? You're giving feedback in the channel. Like, that's so much more than the majority of ambassadors we have. Yeah, I will back that 100%. All right. So name, email. Yeah, for sure. Maybe category. And message. When you see the name Frank, you always think of Shameless. Yeah, I know I've seen an episode or two. Um, the main guy from The Bear, he got his start on that show, right? Yeah, when I hear Frank, I either think of, isn't that the Punisher's name? Frank something? And then there's also uh the bunny suit guy, Frank from Donnie Darko. Those are the two Franks I tend to think of. Yeah, Frank Castle. Yep, that's what I thought. Yeah. So Frank is the Punisher and um, the Bunny from Donnie Darko. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd like Shameless. I don't know. Okay, so Frank's the dad of the family, and it's William H. Macy. Yep. And it's very different from a lot of his other roles, which I think is really good. And it's a remake of a British show, though, right? I'm pretty sure. I haven't seen any of the British. I know I've seen maybe one episode of the US version, though. I think this one was first, right? Yeah, final episode. First episode 2004. Yes, this went for a while. And James McAvoy. Yeah, yeah. I was trying to like wonder like which actors or actresses like came up on the show. So yeah, James McAvoy had a role. I guess he wasn't part of the family because they're the Gallaghers, right? Yeah, he's like really the only famous one I recognize. So this is the instrumental. So yeah, Robert Tables. They do the one with all the clips, and then they do the one without the clips, or with only a few of the clips. Oh, okay. There's James McAvoy. So he's like the boyfriend or something. Got it. That makes sense. All right. So then get the body. We parse it. We'll do a safe parse. All right. So we got these. And the other one's going to follow a very similar boilerplate. Email here. I think we can just do. Is there not a Zod.email? Oh, you do string and then email. Pretty sure. That's it. I think 124 would be fine. And yeah, I don't think we need to make category and enum just yet. I think it's fine. All right, so we parse the data. If it fails, we spit out the failure. And then here, this next step would be insert into KV, but also how does turnstile actually work? Yeah, we need to go look at the turnstile docs. Let me get more music on. So we would put this into the layout. Okay, so this would be token. I doubt it'll be more than 256, but we'll have to see that in a sec. Yeah, so server-side validation is mandatory. How do we do the server-side part? Validate the token. So you must call the site verify API. The visitor's IP address. You can do it in the PHP. Can you do this on the front end? Okay. So yeah, no, it would probably be a Cloudflare thing. Oh, that's fine, Bob. Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm stoked on it though. So I think CF connecting IP is what I'm looking for. All right, so then back to this part. All right, so secret and response. Ooh-wee. All right, Super Maven. Nailing it. I don't care about the item potency key. But yeah, what you up to, Bob? Anything fun? All right, and then yeah, Cloudflare KV. I'm gonna guess. Huh? Hey, Cloudflare, you dead, man? All right, there we go. That was weird. We see turnstile right here, which is good. I think I need. Okay, we created a widget. Oh, that's a weird CSS bug. And the one we're working on is support. All right, so I need the docs for Cloudflare KV example. Hmm. So this to bind it. Huh. Yeah. Oh wait, hold on. So theoretically, bindings. Aha. Okay. Okay. And yeah, I don't think I'll need these on the staging site. So that should be fine. I don't drink coffee. Oh, okay. So hold on. Let me delete these. Agree to disagree. Okay. So yeah, we gave them names that line up more with their docs. Hey, what's up, booty? So they're thinking that I would be doing this with a worker rather than a page, but I feel like it should be able to work. But hold on. So Astro Cloudflare. Okay, I think I see. So yeah, we need to do env schema Yes, over in our config, so it's aware of the type safety of it. So we do a Astro Cloudflare API endpoint KV. Using bindings. Here we go. Here we go. That would be it. Okay, so I don't think I end up defining it that way. All right, so yeah, that locals value. Hmm. Yeah, the runtime value doesn't seem to even be there. Um, kind of, yeah. Yeah, so this is the tricky part. I don't want to use Wrangler if I don't have to. But I bet we might be able to do that in here. Maybe not. Nope. Okay, so that is not the place that we would put that. Hmm. Yeah, the problem is just that this runtime value, it thinks it's not there. Huh. Can I not just assert that it's definitely there? Hmm. We'll do that for now. Just to see. All right, so then the thing that we're getting in here, this is going to be support. I'm okay with that. Hmm. I almost want the key to be either a UUID. Like, I want it to be sortable. We could do it with a UUID, like V7 or ULID or whatever. We could also just put the epoch on, like, conjoin the epoch with the email address. And yeah, we're just kind of doing this like quick and dirty. So the actual value instead of the key would just be all of the other stuff. Let me get more music going real quick. Now hold on. Let me double check this. MDN fetch OK. What does the OK typically denote? It has to be a value within the 200 range, right? I believe so. Yes. All right, perfect. Just wanted to make sure of that one. All right, so yeah, let's decide. We probably do want to bring in ULID or something. Yes, we'll add ULID. Cloudflare, KV, JSON? What I'm wondering is if I need to encode the JSON to a string first, or if I can just pass an object. All right. Yeah, I would need to stringify it. If I pass, it'll be coerced. All right. So, yep. Name, email, category, message. I don't know if date.now is necessary. We can just do new.date. And what's up, Dub Television? How you doing? Okay. And yeah, I'm usually a little more chatty. I'm just double checking that I'm doing this kind of the way I actually wanted. This seems like the backend endpoint to me. So then the response is json.stringify. Success true. Sure. Yeah, that looks pretty good to me. And it ends up being basically the same thing over here in sales. But instead of support, this becomes sales. And then the schema. So for a sales call or a sales message, I think we still want name, email. Category is no. Message is yes. Maybe business. Yeah, that feels pretty good. So yeah, pretty much the same exact thing. But they're different things with possibly different people that need to manage them at some point. I think it's okay. All right, so feature is initial scaffolding for um, sales and support email forms. So from here, now we need to start thinking about the actual forms. Yeah. So then here in support, right, we got frequently asked questions. We're going to have, I guess, like the main support page, but then the page that the form's going to be on is contact, maybe, right? Or contact us. I like that. Contact us. And we could do React Hook form if we really wanted. Because we are going to enforce that all this stuff is done via JavaScript. Yeah, let me double check Astro forms. Oh, yeah, and they'd want to do like the server adapter stuff. Yeah, I think. Yeah, I don't want to do any of this. Yeah, we'll do the React Hook form thing. I like that idea. All right. Before we get too deep into this and I forget all about it, let's okay, I see that. Uh, okay. So let me dump this. We're gonna pour a fresh beverage. I'm gonna rinse this. It's getting cloudy and gross. So be right back. We're gonna pour a whiskey here in a second. Okie dokie. Got just enough in there. Yep, just enough for one. But I got more. Went to the store today. And yeah, what's everyone up to? Anything fun? Ooh, do I have enough water? That's the big question now. I do. That was one of the cleanest this glasses will ever be. Making a crypto dashboard working with the CoinGecko public API. I'm not familiar with CoinGecko. Are they an exchange? No, it's just like the publicly available indexable data, right? Which is still cool. Yeah, sounds fun. Well, I'm doing well, Bato. How about you? Bitcoin's back down at 112. Okay. Man, when it pumped up to 120, that was crazy. Like on like no news either. You got a lot of tickets to go over? Brutal. Brutal. Only as an investment vehicle. I think the idea behind it is interesting. I just don't think we've seen good applications for it yet. I think some of the decentralized identity stuff is pretty cool, which is blockchain based normally. But yeah, I don't know. As an investment vehicle, yes. I think it is more volatile. If, this is not financial advice. To me, it seems like it's a good hedge against some of the shenanigans in the stock market right now. Like all the BS that's keeping GameStop suppressed, etc. There's a lot less like shenanigans you can do with Bitcoin. I mean, there's definitely still shenanigans. Soft launch on Thursday. A lot left to get done before then. Damn, dude. And what are you launching? No, you don't have to dox yourself. I'm just curious. Let me put it this way, Badman. I have realized profit from crypto multiple times. I'd say all in total, I've probably tripled the money I've invested. I don't typically hold crypto for extremely long times, though. Yeah, makes sense, Bada. Um, Coinbase is considering doing like a credit card that gives you 4% cash back as Bitcoin, which I actually am very interested in because 4% is huge already. Yeah, like 4% cash back is just amazing. If I could get that in fiat, I'd do that, but Bitcoin sounds even better. So yeah, I will most likely get that. It might even become my daily driver. What's crazy to me is how good of a business operating your own credit card is. Like, I'm pretty sure I read something the other day that all four of the major American airlines actually take a loss on every flight they take, but they make it back by offering, airline miles and credit card stuff, which is why they're always pushing it so hard when you fly, at least on Alaska. And I tend to pick Alaska. No, no, I've never been to Alaska itself. I just meant Alaska Airlines. I wouldn't mind. It's just it's kind of like way out in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. Yep. Yeah, credit card like for Alaska especially, like the credit card keeps that business afloat and profitable. But yeah. Yeah, it seems cool. Like I don't know. I like snowboarding where I know exactly where everything is. Well, I mean, Bato, it's actually bigger than that. Just think like, you know, how often does someone actually fly? There's the business people that fly all the time, but the average person, right? The average person, maybe once a year. So it's not a great business for like return customers. But if you can get them onto a credit card where you get to collect credit card fees and then maybe even charge interest, well, then you've got a recurring customer whether they even fly this year or not. Their most profitable customers are the ones that go to debt collection. I mean, their most profitable are probably the ones that pay before it goes to debt collection, but people that maintain a running balance versus people that pay it off every month. Right? Like once it goes to debt collection, you're typically selling that debt for like 50 cents on the dollar, right? You're only getting half of what you're actually owed. So maybe what you're saying is like their biggest business segment for profit are those customers. But as far as per customer, the profitability, you'd rather have a customer that you stick with for years and years and they just always have a balance that they're paying interest on. Those are the most profitable, like on a per customer basis. People that don't understand how credit works, basically. Yeah. I think I've only ever waited too long to pay off my card and I owed, right? So I might have gotten charged some interest that month. I'm pretty sure I've only ever had that happen once. Because I pay that stuff off every month. And my credit, killing it. Killing it. Like, really good, considering the fact that in 2009, I like defaulted on a power bill. Back when I was a snowboard bum, I did not make much money. That $700 power bill. Fuck it. Because it's only 7 years before it's off your credit rating. But there was a while where I had abysmal credit. Now I'm doing pretty good. My credit's pretty solid. The Apple Card's a good move. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I never even thought about using the Apple Card. Yeah, if anyone out there is trying to build their credit, I highly recommend getting what is called a secured credit card. So basically, if you have bad credit, you can send $500 to one of these companies, and that is your available balance at all times. So then if you default on that, and that's like your maximum amount that they'll even let get charged, at some point, if you just keep paying that off, they'll give you that money back eventually, right? Once you've like leveled yourself up to a non-secured credit card. But, you know, because you're giving them that money, it gives them an incentive to like take a chance on you. So if you're trying to build your credit, a secured credit card is the way to go. %3 cash back on any Apple product. That's not bad. Yeah, most of the Apple stuff I've bought lately has been using like credit card points from my credit card company, right? Because I get 1.5% back currently on like every purchase, and I think it's like 3% on restaurants or something. Like, yeah, I've got like a restaurant card. I got the card I use to book hotel rooms, like the Marriott card. If you're traveling a fair bit, the Marriott card's not a bad deal. Especially if you work at a company where you buy your stuff with your card and then they just reimburse you. That's just like free money at that point, as far as like the hotel points go. And this is all like top of mind because I've got 3, maybe 4 trips coming up that I need to actually like book the hotel and the flight like today or tomorrow. Like, they're not for another month, but the quicker you get ahead of it, the better. There you go. Yeah, dude, that's smart. That's actually really smart. Hell yeah, Bada. All right, so what we're gonna end up doing, yeah, we're probably just gonna use React hook form. Felt, is that like the Svelte form library? It is. Yep. No, we're using Astro. What we're looking at now is how we want to wire up our support and sales forms. I didn't necessarily want to spin up an endpoint on my REST API for that junk. So we're wiring up Astro to Cloudflare pages and their KV stores, or their KV storage, or whatever you call it, and Turnstile, their like spam prevention thing. So we're kind of like doing a whole bunch of stuff I haven't done just yet. I don't have any cards with an annual fee at the moment. Yeah, I refuse that. Yeah, the Marriott card I have, the other couple I got, yeah, no yearly fee. I refuse an annual fee. There's like maybe one case where I'd consider it, like American Express or something. But the ones with like the crazy like lounge access at the airport, those ones are like $500 per year. Like, what the fuck, dude? You'd have to travel so much to make that value worth it. But some people do. Or their company's paying for it or something, you know? Mm-hmm. No, lounge access sounds really nice. I've never been in one. I have no idea. Yep, exactly. Rack up the miles, then go on a personal vacation somewhere. Yeah, yeah, that's the move. Yeah, I don't have a single card that gets me lounge access. I even considered getting an Alaska card at one point. I don't know. I just fly so infrequently that it's probably not that worth it for me. Something's wrong with global economics. Yeah, the entire world is like 300 trillion in debt. Who do we owe though? The Martians? Okay, so let's do this part. We're gonna actually do our form. We could do this. Do a no script. And ooh, nice. Hold on. So yeah. We've got the I didn't even realize we've got that one going there. Does that mean it's just on the back end here that we've got Clippy? That's it. Okay. I was just curious about that. I like the Doge one a little more. All right, so we do the no script, and then here we do. We're gonna create a form. We're going to go into components here. We're going to create a folder called forms. Our naming's inconsistent, but we already created the file, so now we just got to stick with it, because Git. Actually, hold on. We haven't made it yet. We haven't committed it. So that's actually, shit. No, I fucked up. Let's try it again. Ugh. It'll work. That's annoying. Dude, the capitalization thing of Git bites me all the time. Oh, what's this hair? There we go. Is there a way to make Git case sensitive? What are the implications? Are there going to be issues? Okay, I see. Ugh. So I do want to keep file naming consistent. Let's just do an update, maybe. Ugh. Guess we only had the two VS Code windows open, so that's fine. It makes it easier. But now we've got both. It's whatever. We can rename them later. All right, so then this is export function support form. Not quite. Hey, what's up, Proton? How you doing? Thanks for the watch streak. Instantly proving me wrong about the whole you're only here to promote yourself. So I get it. Sorry for the harshness yesterday. So I do believe I need to add React hook form too. We'll see. I think maybe it does it on its own. All right, so hold on. We know that's actually there. Okay. All right, so then form field, form label, form message, control. I don't think we'll need description, actually. But okay, so we bring in form stuff. Right, so name, email, message. Oh, we probably want min on there too. Right, so the max we said was, I don't know, 64, I think? Let's actually just grab all of it. Yeah, that should be good. Resolver is what we're looking for. And what's up, Hunar? How you doing over on YouTube? Hunar, what does chat XP even mean over on YouTube? I think it's just a way of giving people an incentive to chat. Definitely makes more sense in more popular streams. Type instantiation is excessively deep and possibly infinite. That just doesn't seem right. What does that even mean? You just spent 3 hours on a crash in Wasm that was caused because your arrays had more than 10,000 elements in them. Who puts limits on arrays? Yeah, that's a weird one. Chromium does. Yeah. I didn't know that. Huh. The limit on compile time arrays. During runtime, you can use more. Okay. But yeah, like Wasm. Well, hold on. At compile time. What do you have in an array at compile time that's that big? So we just installed React Hook Form. We just updated TypeScript. Yeah, I don't expect this is going to fix it. Yeah, still errors. I wonder if it actually just works, though, and it's only a problem here. If I try to build, it compiles just fine. Did I not restart that server? Oh, I didn't. So yeah, the support form is not rendering. Oh. Okay. So now what we need to do, let's look back at the boilerplate for neobrutalism and their forms. And that's how we do it. Okay, so it's form at the top level. I think. Yeah. Let me get more music going. Okay, yeah, so that actually looks good. I feel like my machine's running really slow right now. Let me get more music. Yeah, CPU-wise, we look good. Are we memory constrained? We'll quit LM Studio for now. Firefox is pulling some junk. Orb stack, we'll leave for now, even if we're not using it. Close that for now. And then, yeah, let me just restart Firefox. It is chewing up way too much. Oy. I feel like music's a little quiet. Let me bump it up a little. All right. So yeah, then it's just media analysis that's chewing up a bunch. Ghosty, we can leave. We can close Affinity for now. Eh, yeah, I think we're fine. All right, so we got this form. We do a regular form inside. Oh, and we're back to this error again. Oh, hold on. Let me read your message. When I think about what to work on next, do I just think, well, I know I want the user to be able to go through this flow, and this flow is the most important, blah, blah, blah. Do I spend time designing what it should look like? Sorry for the brain dump or question dump. Just trying to figure out full stack web dev as a backend dev, and they don't align. I mean, for this project specifically, I don't have any stakeholders. I don't have a designer. I don't have any of that. So yeah, and I'm mainly a front end dev, so I feel comfortable just prototyping the front end, just using like raw elements. There are times where you might see me go and do like a sketch and, you know, start designing via boxes like, ooh, here's the form, here's the header, here's where the sidebar is going to be, you know, right? And I'm just designing the page we designed yesterday, basically. There's the title. Here's each one of these. I'll occasionally go through and do wireframe. But I'm not strict about it. If I was working with other people, yes, I would be putting a lot more effort into documenting exactly what features should be and how they should work. For just little old me, nah, it's fine. Yeah, if this was a multi-person project and I was acting as basically the project manager, I would also have to act as the designer and create some Figma docs, which I'm really not good at. But, you know, as a front-end dev, if someone handed me this and said, all right, have at it, I would quit that job immediately. Gotta not quit, gotta get them fired. No, it's not worth the effort. It's really, really not worth the effort in a case like that. Let me go grab this other beverage glass. Or not beverage glass, this other bottle of whiskey. Alrighty, got the freshie. So hold on real quick, Bob. I will say prioritization, we have this list. It's technically two separate ones. There's the app and the API bugs and features. And then here's the marketing site stuff. So I do prioritize and sort this list. But they're very poorly documented features. We're trying a different bag of chips now. They are umami salt. Just dropped a couple. They're super good chips. worries, Bob. In general, I fully believe you could just vibe design some shit. I'm not talking like AI, but just, you know what components you need. You can start by just getting those out there first. And in general, use a framework. So here I'm using neo-brutalism. This solves a bunch of that UI BS for you. Mm-hmm. You know, the majority of this website is just taking their components and composing them together. I mean, making components can be user-friendly, but it's not a good use of your time. Why reinvent the wheel? I know that's something that you back-end devs love to do, reinventing wheels and all. And that's fine there, Bob, but are you trying to learn or are you trying to build something? I think that might be what you're getting at, where you're having your problems. You shouldn't be mixing the learn and build mentalities. If your goal is to learn, well then yeah, focus on the learning. But if your goal is to build, you should not be focusing on the learning. In my opinion, those are two separate things. Now, I often will sometimes mix those together, but it's never on like a big project. Yeah, no thanks, Bob. No, thank you. You're welcome to keep thinking that way, though. It's good job security for me. Oops. So we don't have select at the moment. And hold on, is it select or is it drop down? It is select. Perfect. All right. So we got the component here. It's not done yet, but we should add all missing imports. Ooh, we haven't added text area yet. All right, we'll let that chill for the moment, but yeah, this one is no longer name because we got name there already. This is category? I don't know if that's the right word, but it'll be good enough. And honestly, yeah, let's do this. So this is bug feature request. So bug report, feature request, general help, billing. I'd say the rest is probably fine. Just double checking. Yeah, it's about 6. I don't have any meeting stuff scheduled later or anything. So yeah, I think we're good. Okay, so yeah, category, form control. The resolver issue is really annoying, but we'll leave it for the moment. All right. So then here in contact us, this is definitely Yeah, this is definitely, we need layout. Okay, not bad so far. Oh, that is definitely the wrong button, though. What's the deal there, dude? Why is it using the wrong button? Oh, well, number one, that's the wrong project. Oh, yeah, we have a bunch of styles on the button in the form because it was copied and pasted. Yep, getting rid of that. Here we go. Way better. Yeah. We let it autocomplete, and that was wrong. All right. So then for the select, category, set a category. That's fun. All right, so then we do that, and I want that to be same color. I don't think we need select group, actually. Okay. It looks like this is not wired up, though. Cool. All right. So then, what is our next step after that? We want to actually submit the form. All right, so we got the bits in here. I don't know if we need the descriptions. Let me get more music on. It's a good album, though. Something like that, I think, works. Yeah, I think I like the submit on the right. And yeah, that feels pretty good so far. Okay, so we do this. We make it async. All right, so we've got the form basically made, but we're not doing the turnstile thing yet. I'm not certain about the right way to do that. We need to bring in turnstile. So yeah, this is a post request to there when we do the validation. Mm, So yeah, it's over here. Widget management, API, Terraform. Here we go. So the turnstile widget. Yeah, so I don't think we can do the implicit rendering. I think we have to do the explicit rendering. Okay, so then our layout. So it's going to be something kind of like this, but what we want to do is maybe scripts. Ah, that's how we got to do it. Okay. So source, type, async, defer. We could say body. Um, So if we have a script.body, okay. So yeah, we're gonna make make it to where I can pass in scripts from the outside. We could eventually do like a links one as well, but we don't need to yet, so why bother? All right, that starts to feel okay. Okay, so then on this page, oh, embodies a string. And then it's just defer true. Wait a minute. Uh, I could have sworn there was a way. Yeah, the mode. How do I do it in invisible mode? All right, so we gotta get that value in there when we need it. We'll leave it as interaction only for now. Support form actually takes in some props. Site key. Damn it, nailed it on that one. Oh, and required's not actually available. Okay, so yeah. I already lost the ENV vars. Astro. Let's look at this again. Hey, what's up, Code Girl? So yeah, more of the system design game. Hell yeah. Oh, and we're setting invisible here. So I might not need to do that any differently. I'm going to rename this then. This is just going to be marketing. This is always just going to be Messijo.com. We're going to go invisible. We've got our site key. And yeah, what are you up to on your stream? So, for everyone joining from the raid, the stuff that we're building right now. This is my first time ever using Turnstile, which is the Cloudflare, like, CAPTCHA type thing. And technically, I want to do it as, like, an invisible widget, but maybe we could do it as the interaction only. But failing at code, you can't fail at code without trying. So there you go, right? And if you're not trying, what's the point? But yeah, what part were you failing on? Like, how's your game going? Like, anything cool? Yeah, the truest failure is not even trying. Exactly. 1000%. Failing upwards. Do another bag of chips. Do I need another bag of chips? No, but I'm eating another bag. Well, not a bag, but a handful. The flavor is umami salt. Quite good. Do I need to eat the bag of chips? No. It's pretty salty. It's not like... I'd say it's less salty than, like, standard Lay's. It's got a bit of that, like, umami type flavor, though, right? Like the, I don't know, mushroom / meat taste or whatever. I'm not a big fan of the vinegar. There are some chips that do, like, salt, vinegar, and then, like, other seasoning with it that is then, like, pretty good. But yeah, just salt and vinegar alone, meh. Yeah, I've definitely had some where it's like, I know for a fact vinegar is part of the seasoning, but there's like other stuff with it that makes it good. And that said, if I'm hungry, I'll eat whatever. But yeah, hold on. Yep. So yeah, it's going good. Just got to work through a bunch of logic and such. Yep, makes sense. So yeah, for everyone joining, basically, I've got my marketing site. We've got an error right now. We'll fix that in a moment. But basically, the marketing site looks kind of like this, but we need to have like a support form for people to reach out for bug reports, feature requests, general inquiry, and then maybe billing issues or something. And then we also need another form for like enterprise sales. So that's the part we're kind of working on right now. And the way that we're doing it is it's all going through Cloudflare. So our Astro site is deployed to Cloudflare via Cloudflare Pages. We are opting into the KV storage so that we can accept form submissions. We are getting like the API endpoint stuff going so that, we can do the server-side logic of any of that stuff, validate things to send it through to the KV. And then, yes, we're doing turnstile for like the spam prevention. The part we're on right now is the spam prevention part. So I want to say we're probably getting close to finishing up the support form. We have not really started the enterprise sales form yet. They're both going to be pretty simple. Like, we just really got to get stuff working here first. All right, so we passed the site key. We get back to our support form here. And this is a weird one. Has anyone seen this error before with Zod and React hook form? Where it's type instantiation is excessively deep and possibly infinite. That doesn't seem right to me. It's just a Zod object that we defined right here. And we're done. And it renders just fine. Yeah, and I understand that, but we have other projects in which we're using Zod Resolver and form schema just fine. So, like, why would it be happening here but not in our other project where we're totally using Zod and React hook form? But it isn't. Like, this is our schema right here. Maybe the .email part? Let's just give it a shot, Yeah, see, it still complains about it. Here's the thing. If it renders, if it compiles, and it ships, then we're good to go. Does the error expand? No, not really. Like, the error is just this part right here. We could, I don't know, pop open an error. I don't know. I don't think that's going to give us anything special. We did throw it into an LLM, and the LLM basically told us that it might be like a version difference or something. So that's possible. In fact, yeah, let me double check that. So if we're looking at React hook form and we're at 7.56, Zod is at 3.24. It could be a version mismatch. If we go to package.json here, we see Zod at the same version, React hook form 7.62 instead. It doesn't look too different. Oh, that's interesting. We just added this today, too. And yeah, that doesn't fix our problem. I mean, let's just restart the TS server to be sure. Yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, we can just call it good. No way. It looks like that actually fixed it. All right, so React hook form was being a jerk about it. Being such a jerk about it. All right, so let's head back to Turnstile. Oop, wrong thing. Oh, and you know what? We could do it this way. Oh, but here's the thing. Hold on. No, we're not going to append that there. We can do ID. All right, we bring in that. And I wonder, hold on, is there a React version of this? React Cloudflare turns. Last published a year ago, but they do still recommend React Turnstile. Okay. Oh, interesting. We see a second one, too. They recommend Marzadev. Okay. Yeah. Interesting. Interesting. This doesn't have the README, even though it's over here. Yeah, let's just do this. All right. Yeah, that simplifies things for us for sure. Yep. Okay, so it's definitely that. And we just put it here instead. Okay, and then there's on success. Okay, inject script is what we're looking for. I think we can just leave it. Yeah, so then on success. Yep, we set the token with set token. And then here we do token. Okay, so then I still want to log both. And hey, what's up, JD Does Dev? Yeah, how's it going? What are you up to? Birthday week game dev and shenanigans. Oh, nice. Hell yeah, dude. Happy birthday. And thank you for the shout out earlier. Yeah, that was, yeah, like 40 minutes ago. Thank you for the shout out, dude. And yeah, what's up, Dawdling? What you up to? And yeah, so we are currently using Turnstile from Cloudflare for the first time. I've done CAPTCHA before, and it's basically the same process, but I haven't specifically used Turnstile, which, you know, it's like you've seen like the verifying with Cloudflare thing before, right? Same gist. So yeah, working on that swing game and trying to design levels. Nice. And wait, when you say swing game, I'm trying to remember the mechanics now. Do you have any like any screenshots or video or anything you want to share? No worries if not. I'm just trying to remember the swing game. Let me get more music going while we're waiting, though. It's like reverse jump king where you swing down into a cave. Oh, and when you say jump king, is that like the getting over it with Leonard Smalley or whatever? Oh, and what? How? I'm so sorry. Nah, 1 second. No. We can fix this forever. Oh. Yeah, I'm not sure who JD was. JD Does Dev. See who we meant. And you know, yeah, I like other streamers to be mods, just in case. So, welcome. Yeah, I like to mod other streamers pretty quickly. So yeah, thank you. You are now a mod of the bong table. That is now Sir JD Does Dev. Mr. Sir JD Does Dev. Gonna be some changes around here. Nah, I doubt it. I don't expect mods to do anything other than just be cool. So, totally up to you how you want to interact with stream. But yeah. Yeah. Dumb and Dumber style. Do you realize what you've done? Making sure. Oh, you can barely see my hands. I'm sorry. My friend's a bit slow. The town's back that way. But yeah, we need more music going. Oh, this album's good. I think it starts out a little slow, but it'll be fine. Ooh, and yeah, Pinsy. God, I'm forgetting the name. The dude that played Seabass was a hockey player. Gordie Howe? No, probably not Gordie Howe. Cam Neely. Yeah, he played Seabass. Yeah, classic film. I really like how they do that in their movies, right? The Farrelly brothers, like Cam Neely played Seabass, and then there's that movie Kingpin, where Ishmael is dancing with the one lady who asked him to dance. She walks up like, "How about a dance there, handsome?" And he's like, "You know what, young love?" Or the other dude is like, "You know what, young lovely? I would, but I am tuckered out." She's like, "I didn't mean you." What do you think there? "Well, I don't know how to dance." "Well, then this is a good time to learn." And then they're dancing, doing their thing. And the dude that walks up, who's the actual boyfriend of that lady, Skidmark or something like that, that was Roger Clemens. "I'll suit stomp you." And then Roy chimes in, "Yeah, take that. Bam. You don't mow another guy's lawn." Trying to remember all the lines. Oh, before he does that part, it's like, I didn't know how to dance, and she was teaching me how to dance. You want to dance? Like, well, she's like, "Do I want to dance? You want to kiss me? Kiss these." Or whatever, right? Like, I don't know. Like, there's a bunch of lines in there. I'm forgetting all of them, but yeah. I really like the movie Kingpin. I really like the movie Kingpin. You got to head out? Yeah, no worries. Yeah, get some rest. Enjoy your birthday stream. You got any fun plans for the birthday before you go? And if you got to go, like, that's fine. I'm going to have to try and finish up stream at a reasonable time one of these days so I can raid you. Just gonna stream as usual? Yep. Same. That's what I do on my birthdays too. No special like birthday dinner or anything? Might order something, nothing too special though. Sounds good. But yeah, thank you again for the raid. And yes, you gave us a link. I can still load that up. So we'll check that out. No need to stick around. Totally up to you if you want. But yeah, I do want to check out your game. But yeah, have a good night. So, Grapple to Glory. Have you ever thought to yourself, Self, you know I like to rage at games, and Jump King makes me rage a lot. Well, Self, what if Jump King was upside down? No? That's just me? Oh well. Anyway, the theme was depths, and you're in a magic cave trying to grapple down an unforgiving path that wants to blow you back to the beginning of the map. Can you meander from grappling spot to grappling spot while trying not to fall into the wind that somehow exists coming from the bottom of a cave? Can you find the treasure that this mysterious wind is protecting? Probably not. This is a game jam, and I barely finished. Don't get your hopes up too high. Anyway, space is action/grapple, move with A and D, boost while swinging with A and D. If you fall too far, you get sent back, so don't fall. All right, it's a new game. I thought it was space, right? Ah, okay. You know what this kind of reminds me of? Anyone play Captain Commando? Oh! Oh no! Okay, no, this is good. Oh! Oh, that was too far. Bullshit. Yeah, I like the art too. This is fun. Oh, no, no. I swear I hit the button. How dare they? No, this is cool. This is nice. I like the concept. No, this is good. Okay, so you can't Tarzan it. That's the thing I'm getting, right? Because that's what I was like really hoping for. I want to like, Tarzan from hook to hook. But I guess with it being like an automatic like hooking, then it would take a lot of the like the difficulty out of it, you know? So what I would say then maybe is if you were to end up doing this for like a controller with an analog stick, maybe you do allow the multi-hook approach, and then you have to like aim it within a margin of error. That could be fun. Yeah, no, very cool, man. Yeah, thank you for sharing it. Like, I really, like, I want to Tarzan this shit. So, yeah. If you end up making a Tarzan mode, let me know. Because, yeah, that would be really cool. Just being able to, like, aim, probably with, like, a controller or something. Do you have proof it's actually beatable? I mean, it's feeling like it to me. Oh, nope. Okay, so that's the one that gets you. Is that what I'm understanding? That's probably the one that all y'all were talking about, like, being really hard too, right? Oh, nope. I missed it. Yeah, this is actually kind of tough. I do really like that about Mario Maker or whatever, right? Like, to actually submit a level in Mario Maker, you have to be able to beat it. It's always kind of fun. Oh, yeah. No, it's tough. I think that's the one that that people were saying, like the 4 or 5, right? But yeah, very cool. Thank you for sharing. All right, so back to what we're doing. Right, we set this stuff on there. Oh, yeah, I'm not passing secret at the server level at the moment. All right, so they don't necessarily like that. See, it does look like this isn't very type safe. Okay, so and then this is auto. Yeah, refresh expired and retry are both auto by default anyway. So we might just be good with that. So I want to see if it fires on its own. Expected string got undefined. Oh, yeah. So that's not going to work here, which is okay. So this is where I need to set some keys. Yeah, for the Cloudflare pages. Okay, so let me do that. Turnstile has already been loaded. Actually, let's just do this. Was turnstile imported multiple times, and it shouldn't have been. Yeah, that's a little more interesting. But yeah, if we look at it, we're bringing in... on this page, we're bringing in support site key. I wonder if it's actually support site key. What if we just do turnstile site key? Oh, right. But it's V. Turnstile site key? Wait, is it? Public, not that. Okay, so we go to here. And what I need to do is pop that open. Then I need to do this because I'm going to end up showing a key. Variables and secrets. We add one. It is text for this. We're calling it public turnstile site key. Oh, and I copied the wrong value. And we add another, and this one's a secret, and this is turnstile secret. So then I save those. Hide that. We saved that. Just double checking all this looks right.
What does it do? What's it for? Well, nothing.
All right, so we're going to push that up to staging. Hopefully it builds. Nice, and it blended. All right, so we go back to staging there. All right, so we got that set. Let's look at deployments here. Looks like we're queued because staging's building at the moment. I'm going to go use the restroom real quick. BRB. Okay. So yeah, looks like we got to wait for staging to finish, which is fine. We're on the free tier, so bummer. Now I just get to sip some whiskey and wait. How's everyone's day going? This one shouldn't be taking that long. And yeah, Akavenge. Hey, sorry, it took me a second. How you doing, man? Yeah, welcome back. So Lightspeed, you deleted some dot files trying to clear a cache for some Android stuff, and you broke your login. And you didn't put two and two together for a hot minute. Oof. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. And I think these fail. Let's look at the details of marketing staging. It's a missing value, right? Oh, that's not going to be good. That means everything's broken, I bet. Oh, interesting. So the staging stuff failed, but production worked? Oh, and when does this cohort start? September 5th? Probably going to be a while before I can do that one. But yeah, for anyone else out there, you got a couple weeks. Cloudflare operates this launchpad with, like basically you get a bunch of free shit. So you get a startup enterprise plan for free. You get added to a boot camp. You get introductions to VCs, which is super cool. Right? We can see which venture capital partners they got. I feel like I've seen Root Ventures before. I've heard of Kleiner Perkins. I think I've heard of B Capital Group. Bessemer I've definitely heard of. But yeah, basically, if you're trying to do the venture capital thing and you could build with Cloudflare, you should consider applying to this. And if you don't get accepted, there's always others. Ah! Why you no work? Failed to publish our function. Message channel is not defined. So if I try to build this, we pre-render all of our static pages. Building server endpoints, though, or server entry points. All right. let's look in the dist folder and see what we see. We do see a .wrangler folder, and let me drag that over so you can see it. All right, so it generated a routes.json. Oh, and this is totally wrong. Why is it including everything? All right, so we'll push that up. Let's look at all of these. See a bunch of stuff queued up. And that is part of the flaw with it's part of the flaw with doing the mono repo the way we're doing it. Like all of this stuff gets triggered when I do any push. Shit. All right, so we basically just know for a fact it's going to fail. Oh, looks like that was already there. Okay. So yeah, that copied it over directly for us, which could be good. What I find interesting is they haven't billed me for any of this time. Oh, that's requests just to the functions. The static stuff is always free. Got it. That was the end of that album. So realistically, we've just got a weird issue with how we're deploying our Astro site, but it's breaking everything now. We could just make everything server rendered, but I don't know. That sounds terrible to me. Ah. All right, let's double check the API endpoints, I guess. If we do a build, I kind of want to see what makes it into that dist folder. Let me delete that and then retry. What if it was the Astro slash Zod? All right, and do another handful of chips. Oh, failed already, eh? That's a different error, though. Oh, that's a big handful of chips. Oh, that's a big handful of chips. Mmm. Wow, this person put in some work. Hmm. Okay. So, I don't know if I can do this. Because we're using pages instead of workers. So I do still think maybe I want to do the heck they were recommending. All right, yeah, music's still good. It looks like... Where was the guy that said, well, hours later, this part? So hold on. The original, they did it on Resolve. All right, so let's try that. Try Vite workaround. We really want it to be one of the marketing sites, but since they're all queued behind each other, you can just look at this one. Oh. Oh, and that undefined is fine. For now, at least. This is where we find out. Shit. Overlapping rules are not allowed. Oh. But hold on. I think they're overlapping only at that level. Right? Like they're overlapping in the import phase because for some reason it includes that. So yeah, I can grab this. And that's where we gotta hard code this again. So then, yeah, everything else looks properly excluded. All right, so let's try it again. All right, so then we'll try that again. And Cuprum, thank you for the follow. Welcome. You can cancel this build. All right, so then marketing staging. Will it blend? Shit. No, still overlap. Oh. Yeah, so then if I just do this and we exclude everything. All right, so then maybe that's our issue, right? We shouldn't have any more overlapping. And the fact that we're even getting that far is really good. Right? We weren't getting that far before. All right, so this one should actually just work anyway, because this is just the... Yeah, this is just the dashboard. Like, sure, we still build the marketing site. All right, so that one was successful at least. What do we think? Will it blend? Are we good? Who has faith? Come on, you know you want to do it. Just do it. That was it. Oh, that was it. Oh, thank God. Woo! Okay. So then... Definitely have way more work to do to actually make that work. If we go back to turnstile widgets, do we get any analytics? Nope. Which means it's almost certainly not over here. Oh, not R2. Storage, KV. Yep, 0 read, write list, etc. Okay, I don't have my keys on me. And yeah, no. So I think I forgot to wire up the actual like form submission. We did. Yep. Oh, Hunar, like, you know, I've leaked keys on stream before. It happens. Now I'm using Doppler for the back end at least, so any front end keys I leak would be easy. Like there's only one front end key that I should not leak. And technically it's not on the front end, it's just in the front end like repo. Ah, okay. So we actually did get a failure. So we do have a token that we're passing through. Whoa. That's a long token. 405 method not allowed. I'm pretty sure I might know why that is. No, we did post. Messijo.com/API/support. We've got a post function. Oh, that's cool. We see the token, like request for private token challenge. It may return a 401 and show a warning in console. But why? And it's just the letter J. Wait, what the fuck? Why would that be a method not allowed? Let me double check my request headers. So we're doing application/JSON. Let me play another album. And damn, it's already 8. Dude, the time flies when you're dealing with bugs, huh? So, if we think about this, we know that this is the route, API/support. All right, so let's double check this. Oh. So my thought now is that this is an Astro issue. So if that's the case, So then if we look at marketing prod, where can I see a list of the functions? Like I see function metrics, but I want to see like the exact functions that we have. Is there a way to see that? Okay, so there's like a worker.js file I should be finding that I'm not seeing. Oh, I see it. Worker.js is the folder. Hmm. Okay, so it is /API/support. So then route data, API/support is index is false, type is endpoint, the pattern for it, sure. So it's the right path at least. All right, let's continue reading what they were saying over here. Oh, wait. No, so I read that one. And yeah, it shouldn't be cores. Oof, and then closed. Huh. And yeah, FD, thank you for the sub. Sorry, I didn't mean to leave you hanging. I'm dealing with one hell of an issue here. Do I have Postman still set up? Or whatever this is? Interesting. All right, so we're going to try and deploy out this. And I just want to see if that get endpoint even works. Yeah. Yes, this one still fails just because we've got an undefined value for one of our fetches. That is not the issue. Marketing staging. This one should succeed at least. All right, so then marketing prod is going to be the next one up. Just refresh that here in just a second. So I want to see if that request as a getter does what I'm expecting. And if not, well, then that probably means something. I probably need a proper 404 page. Which is why we ended up seeing this as the response. All right, so yeah, here we go. Marketing prod. Here we go, building again. And this is my favorite song on this album, I think, so perfect timing. Well, that seems like the issue. So wait, why don't we see that getting rendered? Outdated optimized app. That sounds like something I just need to do over here. Yeah, okay, cool. So it works locally. But it doesn't work in prod. Okay, so we're still dealing with some kind of issue here. It's probably a good spot to pick back up on tomorrow. Or technically Thursday. So it works locally, but does not work when deployed to Cloudflare pages. So I may end up reaching out to their Discord about it, because the Astro Discord is really on top of responding to stuff like this. But it is 8:30 p.m. I should get some food in my belly. Is Pages the new thing, or is it Workers? Workers is the new thing, Hunar. Pages is the older thing. I still want Pages for what I'm doing, just because, I don't know. Like, I don't need dynamic rendering besides just this function. If we really look at what we're doing here in the function, we could write this as raw JavaScript. Get rid of the third-party dependencies. Manually validate if we have to. And we could just do the whole functions thing. I don't know if that's the move, right? I want to do a little more debugging, and I want to do a little bit more checking over in their Discord. If I have time and if I get to it tomorrow. Thursday, we're going to come back here, and we're going to keep working on this. But yeah, this is a trickier bug. It almost certainly feels like it's an issue with the Astro Cloudflare adapter. But I don't know what yet. And the whole, like, include, exclude thing. Like, all the other assets are working. So, like, the exclude feels right. I wonder if the include is just blowing it for us. But why? But yeah, we could always just, you know, ditch the Cloudflare adapter. And then just write functions. We could even... We could even still do a build step, right? We could keep Zod and ULID. And then just run Vite ourselves to compile it into a function that exports the named functions like we care. Let's list out our options. Option 1, ask Astro Discord, what's up? Option 2, Okay. So yeah, this is where we pick back up on Thursday. I think that's our move. So yeah, who do we go raid? Who's streaming right now? Slyborg doing some hacking. Oh, we get to raid Ben Holmes. Yeah, let's do that. Oh, and I guess we hear him because I didn't have the audio done anyway. All right, so yeah, we're gonna go raid Ben Holmes. So yeah, let's go see what Ben's up to. He's doing his app called Hubble. It's a note app. He's using React, Tori, and it's built with Warp and GPT-5. So he's doing some vibe coding, it looks like. Some Tori awesomeness. So he's probably going to maybe involve some Rust at some point. But yeah, we had a really good day today. I really appreciate y'all hanging out. Awesome raids from earlier. I think we got a path forward. And he used to work at Astro. He might actually be familiar with this. But we don't want to, like, hijack his stream. He works at Warp now, though. So, you know, he's not even the person that we should be hounding about this. They got a Discord. We'll check it out. So, yeah. In the meantime, I'm going to be over on Gaming Channel tonight. I'm going to make some gyoza for dinner and then play some games, I think. Maybe do some work. Depends on who's over there, who joins us. But, yeah, so YouTube, I will see y'all on Thursday.